Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye.
Hello, Lindsay. How are you? On this vote, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 45. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmation. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I enter a motion to reconsider,
Motion is entered.
and I ask unanimous consent that if any nominations are confirmed during today's session of the Senate, that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Hung Kao of Virginia to be Undersecretary of the Navy, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Hung Kao of Virginia to be Undersecretary of the Navy shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Thank you. Thank you. I got you. I got you. Mr. Banks. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. I got Scott. I got him. Thank you. Yeah, he didn't see me. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. I got him. No, not yet. Yeah, he did. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Okay. Thanks. Mr. Cassidy. Thanks. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. I got you. I did. Perfect. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Thank you. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lemus. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Yep. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mrs. Fisher, aye. I have you. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murkowski, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Slotkin, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Smith? No. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Marshall? Aye. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Ossoff? No. Mr. Banks? Aye. Mr. Schatz? No. Ms. Also Brooks? No. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Daines? Aye. Mr. Markey? No. Holland? No. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Risch, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 47, and the motion is agreed to. Cloture having been invoked, the Senate will proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Cloture, Nomination, Department of Defense, Hung Kao of Virginia to be Undersecretary of the Navy.
Okay.
Now we got a 2-hour clock. Senator from North Carolina.
President, on Saturday, I was in Western North Carolina for the day because that marked the 1-year anniversary of the landfall of Helene, and in a place that a hurricane's never really been before, about 200 miles inland, and the Smoky Mountain range. In North Carolina alone, Mr. President, it had an impact land-wise equivalent to the state of Massachusetts. About a dozen river basins were at historic 100-year flood levels, and the damage was tremendous. The loss of life, 108 people in North Carolina alone, more than 250 people by the storm. $59.6 billion in damages. It's actually the most expensive storm in North Carolina's history, breaking the previous record of $30 billion by Hurricane Florence back in 2018. 74,000 homes damaged or destroyed. 5,000 miles of roads damaged or destroyed, including major portions of I-40, which are still only one lane in each direction for about a 20-mile stretch between North Carolina and Tennessee. I-26 was damaged. Blue Ridge Parkway's just opened up. 848 bridges damaged and destroyed, 20,000 farms and 800,000 acres of timber damaged. 163 water systems damaged, with Asheville not having drinkable water for almost 2 months after the storm. Mr. President, when I was in Western North Carolina, I heard someone say that one community that I was in was back on its feet. But for every community that's back on its feet, there's still several communities that are on its knees or flat on its back. In fact, there are some communities that we wonder whether or not they ever will come back. And the reason I talk about it, in addition to being the 1-year anniversary, Mr. President, we've got real problems in the FEMA Disaster Relief Fund and resources available. The President rightfully acknowledged that there was a release of money about a month ago, but all of that is money that's already, those are reimbursements. Those are costs that have already been incurred. We haven't even gotten to a point to where we're trying to become more resilient or to prepare for the next storm. We're still, when I was riding from Old Fort to Chimney Rock, I was going down a stretch of highway, or not a stretch of highway, a stretch of state road. There are still cars in the creek beds. There are roads that are in the creek bed because they're trying to figure out where they're ultimately going to put it back on a hillside, when they can get stabilization there and actually have the funding to build the roads. I know a lot of people have moved on, Mr. President, but in Western North Carolina, we haven't moved on. We're suffering as much today as we were the day or 3 or 4 days after the storm last year. According to the latest FEMA Disaster Relief Fund monthly report, the major disasters account balance right now is at $1.4 billion. That is dangerously low. Last month, FEMA approved $7.5 billion from the major disasters account. In 2024, there were 90 FEMA-declared major disasters, nearly double the 30-year average, and 55 declarations per year, of 55 declarations per year. Already this year, and we're really ramping up in the hurricane season right now, we've had 40 major disaster declarations in 22 states. FEMA simply doesn't have the funding needed to respond to a major disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in a shutdown posture right now. We have storms in the Atlantic and more storms forming off the coast of Africa, and we are not prepared for another major disaster should it hit this weekend. Nor do we have the money that we need to help communities across this country, especially in Western North Carolina, recover from Helene. The House passed continuing resolution that we tried to vote on this week had $22.5 billion for the FEMA Disaster Relief Fund. But that money's not here today because we're in a shutdown posture. We're not funding any area of government but we're especially hurting the disaster relief fund and FEMA. And the only thing standing in our way is a simple vote to continue funding at levels that my Democratic colleagues have agreed to before. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a CR that the president or that the majority leader has decorated with ornaments. We call it like decorate some of these spending bills like a Christmas tree. This is a simple continuing resolution to spend at the level we were spending yesterday. There's nothing more to it. There's money in here to help with disaster relief, but there's nothing more. This shutdown is hurting people in North Carolina. This shutdown will hurt more people. When I lost the season last year in the tourist season to the Blue Ridge Parkway and the Great Smoky Mountain Parks, that was a hurricane. That was an inland hurricane, a disaster. This year, it's the disastrous vote of the Democrats not allowing us to continue to fund at the levels that we did yesterday. We're not asking for anything more than that. We're asking for time to negotiate the premium tax credits, the ACA credits that I'm on record as saying we do need to find a good place for that. It's not about canceling them. But folks, we can't even get to that if we can't agree to something as basic as can we spend today what we did yesterday? And I know that there are several members on the other side of the aisle that would like to move with a clean CR and get to that negotiation. And I'm just speaking on behalf of people in North Carolina, particularly Western North Carolina, that are struggling mightily. I hope that we can get back to funding the government, that we can plus up the disaster relief fund, and that I won't have to come to the floor next week to see who's going to be against this unanimous consent for doing just that. Let's do our job. Let's get back in business. Let's get the government funded, and let's help the people in North Carolina and dozens of disaster-declared places all across this country. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, in July, when Republicans voted on the first spending bill for 2026 with cuts that would knock 15 million people off health care, I stood right here and I asked my Republican colleagues in the Senate to grow a spine and stand up for Americans. We are here today because the Republicans refused. Instead, Republicans bowed down to Trump, and now people all across this country will suffer. Let's be clear. Republicans shut down the government because they rather make health care more expensive than keep the government running. That is literally where we are right now. Republicans control the House, Republicans control the Senate, Republicans control the White House. They are in power. It is their job to keep the government running for the American people, and they have failed. Donald Trump and the Republicans own this shutdown. And don't take it from me. Listen to Donald J. Trump. In 2013, Trump himself said about a potential government shutdown, quote, "If there is a shutdown, I think it would be a tremendously negative mark on the President of the United States. He's the one that has to get people together." That's Donald J. Trump. Now, at the same time, Trump said, quote, "The president has to lead. You have to get people in a room, and you have to just make deals for the good of the country." Donald Trump today should listen to Donald Trump from yesterday. Instead, Trump, Mr. Art of the Deal, hasn't been able to cut a deal for the most basic government functions. Wow. As Trump said, that is a tremendously negative mark on the President of the United States. Let me say it again. Democrats are fighting to roll back the Republican cuts that will take away health care from millions of people and raise health insurance premiums for millions more. That's it. That's what we're asking for. We have been asking for months to negotiate over this, and the Republicans have said no. What are they doing right now? Are they making counteroffers? Are they saying we could go this far but not this far? Nope. They are simply saying no. So now, when a family is forced to the brink of bankruptcy from one bad medical diagnosis, Trump and the Republicans own it. Republicans insist that those health care cuts go through. When community hospitals have to shut down, Trump and Republicans own it. When kids with cancer can't get treatment because potentially life-saving research grants come to a screeching halt, Trump and Republicans own it. When insurance premiums skyrocket, Trump and Republicans own it. Healthcare in America was already broken, but Trump and Republicans are making it much, much worse. They ripped away money that covers mamas giving birth and neighbors who need wheelchairs and home health aides, and they handed it over to giant corporations and billionaire CEOs. Democrats believe that no one should go bankrupt because they got sick and needed to see a doctor. So Democrats are here to say, we are willing to fight for families who need health care. If Congress is going to pass a budget for the United States government, then Democrats want saving health care for millions of Americans just to be part of that deal. Democrats have made that clear, and Republicans have refused even to talk about it. Trump is already doing his best to shut down government, or at least to shut down the parts of government that he doesn't like. Since day one, Trump has been trying to illegally wipe away millions of dollars for programs that Congress already agreed to fund. Trump and his buddy Elon Musk have fired tens of thousands of federal workers. Trump is declaring American cities as war zones and sending troops to invade communities. Trump is playing king time and time again, and Republicans in Congress are bowing down and letting him do it. While all of that is going on, Republicans in Congress want Democrats just to sign a blank check and hand it over to Trump and let him continue to shut down whatever he doesn't like and to destroy our democracy. They want us to agree to a budget knowing full well that Trump will then turn around tomorrow and delete this part or that part or whatever he doesn't like, just like he has already done. Why would we play along with that farce? Why would we throw our support behind a deal that anytime, any day, Trump could just decide he doesn't feel like honoring it? And why would we do that without getting anything in return to help American families who are struggling with high costs, particularly the health care costs that Republicans are driving up? To do that would be a betrayal of the American people. Senate Democrats are holding the line for families. Senate Republicans decided they'd rather take orders from a wannabe king and shut down the entire government instead of helping out families who are getting squeezed on health care costs. It really is that simple. Make no mistake, this Trump shutdown will hurt people. Because of Republicans, children across this country could lose access to child care through Head Start. Because of Republicans, the National Institutes of Health Clinical Center will now stop enrolling patients in clinical trials that could be their only shot at treatment. Because of Republicans, air traffic controller hiring will stop at a time when we're already dealing with a dangerous shortage. Because of Republicans, park rangers and thousands of other civil servants won't get paid. Because of Republicans, Donald Trump's corruption and chaos will continue. So what's next? Well, Democrats want to keep the government open and We want rollbacks of the Republican cuts that will cost 15 million Americans their health care coverage and drive up insurance costs for everyone else. Look, this isn't partisan. This is a righteous fight on behalf of everyone who needs health care, everyone who might need to go to the hospital, everyone who counts on a community clinic or a home health aide, whether they are a Democrat, a Republican, an independent, or a none of the above. We are in this fight for Americans and for American health care. And it is only the Senate Republicans, led by Donald Trump, who stand in the way. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator of West Virginia.
Mr. President, as I was sitting and listening, I feel like I'm living in an alternative universe here sometimes, and I'm sure the American people feel this way. Are people being hurt today? You're daggone right they are. They're being hurt because Senator Schumer and his following will not quite simply reopen the government so we can begin negotiations on some of the issues that are a part of this disagreement. So I'm a senior member of the Appropriations Committee, and one of my most important responsibility is to make sure that the government stays open and working for the people that we represent. That's why I'm so deeply disappointed to be standing here today in the midst of a totally avoidable government shutdown, all because the Senate Democrats refused to join us as Republicans in supporting a common sense, short-term, nonpartisan continuing resolution. And we've seen Leader Thune pick it up in his hands. Very simple. Let's just keep the government open till November the 21st, discuss these issues, finish the appropriations process, and move on. But let me be clear what that short-term continuing resolution was designed to do. It is not a gimmick. It is not a gimmick. It's the same legislation that the Senate Democrat leader brought before this body 13 times and had it passed. It's not a partisan maneuver. It's a straightforward measure to keep critical services in operation while giving Congress the time that we need to finish our work on appropriations through regular order the way that we used to do it. And some of our Democrat colleagues have agreed with us in the last several votes. So bottom line, we don't have to be where we are, and we really shouldn't be here because this position is untenable. We have a path forward. It's so easy. It's so easy. When people are watching this, they're hearing us try to, blame one person or the other. The easy thing is turn around and vote to reopen the government, and we can begin to have our conversations. We have a path forward. It requires the Democrats to come to their senses, quite frankly, and vote for this reasonable measure. The Senate has already passed 3 appropriations bills, which is 3 more than we passed under their leadership last year. And we have 5 more that have received heavy bipartisan support in committee and are ready for a full Senate vote. That would be CJS, Defense, Interior, Labor H, which I chair, and TTHUD, which is the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Bill. That's progress. That's responsibility. That's what we're here for. That's us doing our job. But in order to complete the process, we need time. And the continuing resolution is that bridge of time to keep the government open while we finish our work. So unfortunately, the Democrats have chosen a different path. They have chosen to shut down the government. That's where we are today. The government is shut down. They made a political calculation, all based on politics, appeasing their far-left base instead of doing the right thing for the American people. And unfortunately, hardworking families all across this country who rely on critical government services are the ones who are suffering. Government shutdowns have real consequences. In West Virginia, our businesses and our federal workers face uncertainty about their pay. Families who rely on essential benefits are put in limbo. It's scary for people. Some people with children with disabilities or folks that rely on services daily are concerned about where this is going to lead. Small businesses are waiting on federal permits on loans. They're going to have to wait longer. And while so many others are told yet again, as we see, the politics of Washington is coming before the people. My state of West Virginia has the third largest amount of federal employees. We're situated quite close to the District of Columbia. So all of those public service who are bearing the brunt of this nonsense, please know how much I value your contribution every day, and that I'll work tirelessly to get you back to work, to get you back to that certainty that you need. You know, the shutdown is just so avoidable, and it's so unacceptable. But you know what? As Republicans, we're not giving up, because we never do. And as Leader Thune has indicated, we will continue bringing forward opportunities for the Democrats to join us in reopening the government. We'll keep voting to do the right thing and give them a chance to do the same. The American people expect Congress to be responsible stewards of their tax dollars. I know that's what my constituents in my home state of West Virginia want me to do. They expect us to keep the government functioning. I can't even believe I'm having to even say this, because it's just such a given. They want the government open while we debate our differences. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be debating, not shutting down the government. And that's what the Republican CR would have allowed us to do. So I urge my colleagues across the aisle, quit playing the political games, end the shutdown, and join us in funding the government. Let's finish our work on the appropriations process, and let's return to the regular order process that we have begun at the beginning of the summer, because it brings transparency, accountability, and bipartisanship back to the appropriations process. We have it in committee. We need to have it on this floor. It's what West Virginians deserve. That's what the American people deserve. That's what they expect. Quite frankly, that's what they expect every day. These young people on the floor are getting to hear a debate, and I'm sure it's one that they'll remember, and I'm sure they're thinking to yourself, it's a simple thing: reopen the government. Reopen the government. Why was it closed in the first place? For a political stunt that's not working. They're boxed in. Let's just say, okay, let's open, let's begin our discussions, and let's solve the problems that we have in front of us. So with that, Mr. President, I thank you, and I will yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to mark the 8th anniversary of the worst mass shooting in modern American history. And today, as I give this speech, far too many Americans across the country are reeling from the pain of shootings in their own communities. This country is seeing a horrifying increase in mass violence that doesn't just destroy the lives of the victims, it tears apart families. It leaves loved ones with an unfillable hole in their hearts, and it brings communities to the breaking point. I've seen it firsthand. 8 years ago today, a man gunned down 58 people at the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival in Las Vegas, Nevada. More than 800 people were wounded in that chaos, and 2 people later succumbed to their injuries. That day and those that followed were some of the toughest for all of us. Me personally, my niece was attending that festival, and I remember the overwhelming relief that I felt to learn that she was safe and okay. But I also remember spending time at the reunification center with the families of the missing festival attendees, praying with those families, crying with those families, watching them as they were hoping and praying that their loved ones would return to them. Some were lucky, but many were not. Our city, our entire state of Nevada, felt lost. But I will tell you, out of this horror came something miraculous. In the aftermath of 1 October, Nevadans came together to support each other. People came out in droves to give blood. There were lines around the block. They donated money, food, clothing, and they lent a helping hand to those who had lost so much. I will tell you, businesses, community organizations, and law enforcement did what they could to ease the burden of the families who had been impacted. And I worked across the aisle with my colleague, Republican Senator at the time, Dean Heller, to get financial relief for the victims. Our city united in the face of this tragedy, and we came out of it Vegas strong. I am forever touched by those incredible efforts to shine a light in the darkness. But even all that good cannot erase the scars left behind by this massacre. Its victims were innocent people who went to a music festival to enjoy themselves. It didn't matter what they did for work or what they believed or who they loved. They were actually gunned down indiscriminately. In the 8 years since that tragedy that shook my state to its core, we've sadly seen more violence erupting across the country. We've seen it in places of worship, in schools, and in grocery stores. As Americans, as members of Congress, we have to continue speaking out against it. Violence is never the answer. We cannot survive in a country where this is the norm. We have to do better in our rhetoric and our actions. For me, that means coming together to work on common sense solutions like finally banning bump stocks, passing comprehensive background checks to make sure that criminals can't exploit loopholes to buy deadly weapons, and delivering more support for, yes, mental health in this country. And it also means always remembering the victims of the Route 91 Harvest Festival massacre, grieving the lives they never got to live, and the families they never got to come home to or create, serves as a stark reminder of the horrors violence like this can cause. We owe it to them and to their loved ones to keep working together to end it. In the aftermath of this tragedy, Las Vegas has rebuilt. We have risen from the ashes stronger than ever. We will never forget the trauma inflicted on us that day. That pain must fuel us to work together toward a better future for our children, for our families, and for our country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Kansas,
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be lifted.
without objection.
Mr. President, it's been a sad day, a set of sad days in my hometown in Kansas. I rise today to mourn the loss and honor the sacrifice of Hayes Police Officer Sergeant Scott Hyman, who was shot and killed in the line of duty while responding to a domestic violence call. He passed away in the early morning hours of Sunday, September the 28th. My hometown of Hayes, population about 21,000, is a tight-knit community where people look out for their neighbors, they care for those in need, and they protect the vulnerable. Sergeant Hyman embodied the best of small-town Kansas values, living a life of integrity, devotion, and courage, despite the dangers he faced each and every day. He too called, from a young age, Hayes his home. He grew up there and he graduated from Thomas More Prep Marian High School, our hometown Catholic school. He attended the University of Kansas before returning home to the place he was raised. Sergeant Hyman began his service with the Hayes Police Department in 2016, and after 9 years with the department, his watch ended way too soon. He was an Eagle Scout and a member of Immaculate Heart of Mary Catholic Church. He was a son, a father, a husband, and was devoted to his wife, Beth, and a loving dad to his children, Patrick and Victoria. Our prayers are with his family and his parents, Bill and Teresa Hyman. It's such a difficult time. Every day, law enforcement officers risk their safety, putting their lives on the line to protect and serve both their neighbors and strangers. And Kansas is a home to so many brave men and women who've answered the call to serve, and too many have given their lives to fulfill this mission. In small towns across Kansas, law enforcement officers, as they are in Hayes, are well known by their communities. They are well loved by their communities. We know them. We see them in the grocery store, at the football games on Friday night, in church on Sunday. They're members of our community, and they're familiar faces. This courageous young man died with honor, protecting his community and the people he had sworn to serve. In Hayes and across Kansas, the sacrifice he made will not be forgotten, and we resolve to forever honor his service to the community he loved. I ask the United States Senate to join me and my family and my hometown, expressing our sympathy and gratitude, our respect for this officer, for a life served in service to others, and to a community that mourns his loss. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator for Hawaii.
Mr. President, preventing people from losing their health care should not be a partisan question, because outside of the four corners of this Capitol, it does not matter whether you're, excuse me, let's start. President, preventing people from losing their health care should not be a partisan issue, because outside of the four corners of this Capitol, it should not matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. We should all not want people to have spikes in their health insurance costs. In a matter of days, tens of millions of people all across the country are going to get letters in the mail saying, your monthly premium starting January 1st is going to be more than double what you pay now. More than double. And that's not my speculating. That's not my allegation. That's not a political talking point that was cooked up in some Democratic lab. That is what the Kaiser Family Foundation analysis showed, that premiums will increase on average by 114% per person. Not 14%, 114%. That's just the average. Some people's rates will be changed based on their income level. So say you make $35,000 a year. You're now going to be paying almost $1,600 more per year for coverage. And if you're a family of four making $75,000, you're going to be paying more than $3,000 extra dollars. I just encourage everybody who's watching, all of my colleagues, all of the staff, all of the members of the media, to talk to anyone in your hometown. Most people just don't have that kind of money lying around. If you're a family living paycheck to paycheck, if you're a young couple saving up to buy a home, if you're a small business owner already cutting back on costs because everything is more expensive now, what are you supposed to do? This is not a crisis that Democrats have cooked up to score political points. The reason for the urgency is that October 1 is the day that people are going to get letters from their insurance carriers telling them that this is happening. Open enrollment begins in exactly a month. People are scared about how they're going to pay for their health care, or if they are going to have it at all. There are a lot of people who just can't absorb this extra cost. It's not like you can buy a little less of something. When you're at the grocery store, and for instance, vegetables are now 39% more expensive, well, you still got some money in your pocket. You're going to buy fewer vegetables and more of the cheap stuff, which is why, by the way, hamburger helper purchases have spiked. So people are making these adjustments to the fact that everything has gotten more expensive. But with health insurance, you can't turn the dials like that. You can't buy a little less health insurance. You either can absorb the cost or you cannot. And if you cannot, you will go without health insurance. And here's the thing that people need to understand. This directly impacts about 24 million people, okay? Now that's enough for us to pay enough attention and try to come up with a bipartisan solution. But the truth is that we already know what happens when people lose their health insurance, right? They end up getting sicker and sicker, and at some point they present themselves to emergency rooms, right? And everybody understands, kind of intuitively, but there's plenty of data to back this up, that when you present yourself at an emergency room when you are already super sick, that you require a bunch of very expensive interventions. And that cost is distributed among the rest of us who still have insurance. And so it's not just the 24 million Americans who are going to pay more for health insurance and some number of millions of those Americans who are just not going to have insurance at all. It's also a mathematical certainty that the increased stupidity of the system, the increased extent to which the system now makes even less sense than it does already, we're all going to eat the cost, whether you're on the so-called exchange or not. Look, Republicans are in charge of Washington. We lost the election. Elections, consequences. I get it. When we had the trifecta, we did a bunch of things to reduce the price of prescription medicine, to build infrastructure, to fix the post office, to do the Respect for Marriage Act, to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. We did a bunch of stuff. And Republicans are doing a bunch of stuff. But we're trying to hand our Republican colleagues a lifeline because prices are going to spike everywhere. And I said this yesterday, and I mean this. If we were a little more cynical, we might just say, this is your problem, why don't you guys just stew in it? Because this is, frankly, electorally, a very powerful issue. People are going to be really pissed when they get these letters in the mail. They really are. And so the super cynical, election-oriented thing for us to do would be simply to say, good luck with all that. But maybe it's a strength of the Democratic caucus, and maybe it's a weakness of the Democratic caucus, but we just care too much about people to let that happen. And so we are simply asking, in the context of this shutdown, to jumpstart a negotiation about how to prevent a 114% increase in the cost of health care for 24 million Americans. And look, the cost of electricity is not just up, it's double the inflation rate. The cost of groceries is spiking. The cost of raw materials to build a house, spiking. The cost of basically anything you want to buy at a Walmart or a Costco or a Target or a Safeway or a Food Lion or wherever you go is spiking. And all of that is a consequence of both inflation and tariffs. But this thing is a public policy. This is intentional to spike these rates. And we're saying, are you guys sure you want to do this? And we're about to find out whether they are sure that they want to impose a doubling of insurance costs to 24 million Americans. I yield the floor.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, yesterday I came to the floor to warn that a critical cybersecurity protection that has been in place for a decade was set to run out and expire at the end of the fiscal year. I urge my colleagues to pass a bipartisan, clean, 10-year extension to keep these important national security protections in place. Unfortunately, one of my colleagues, just one of my colleagues objected, and as of midnight, they have now expired. As a result, we are without this critical line of defense. Our economy, our infrastructure, and our government is exposed. It is now going to be a more challenging effort to protect businesses and critical infrastructure against cyber attacks. At a time, Mr. President, when you know that our adversary attacks continue to grow more aggressive and more sophisticated. This law was passed with strong bipartisan support, and the support remains strong in both chambers. Even the Trump administration agrees, and the White House and the Department of Homeland Security support a 10-year extension and want to see this bill passed. For months, my colleagues and I have heard from a broad coalition of industry leaders who need the long-term certainty that a 10-year reauthorization provides, so we can protect our systems and they can protect their systems and customers. And that's why Senator Rounds and I introduced a clean, bipartisan 10-year extension all the way back in April. Every hour we delay is an open invitation to cyber criminals and hostile actors to attack our economy and our critical infrastructure. And I would urge my colleagues to put our national and economic security first and pass this clean, long-term extension. As if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S. 1377 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. That the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Oklahoma.
reserving the right to object. Mr. President, as you know, the CISA reauthorization is also included in the clean CR that we're also trying to be able to pass with this continuing resolution. On behalf of Chairman Paul, he has asked me to be able to come and object. So I object.
It's heard.
President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, the CR has not passed. We are now vulnerable right now. As my colleague from Oklahoma knows, we are now vulnerable. I do not know when that continuing resolution will pass. Every day that goes by, we are susceptible to a cyber attack. Who is going to answer for that when it occurs? Because we did not act here. And we also know that even if the CR were to pass, it's a couple months. We need to have long-term certainty. That's what we've been hearing from all of the folks in the cybersecurity industry. It's why the Trump administration is saying we need to pass a 10-year extension and we need to do it now. It's why members in the House, both Democrats and Republicans, overwhelming support there. There's overwhelming support in this chamber right now. I assume if we had a vote today, it would be overwhelmingly passed. Why do we risk the security of our country from cyber attacks? Why don't we pass common sense legislation? That's what the Senate should do. I know we have issues that we debate all the time, but when there's overwhelming support and the threats to our country are imminent, we should act. And when we don't act, we fail the American people.
Senator from Oklahoma.
I know of no other further debate on the question.
Is there further debate? If not, the question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Graham, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Lummis, Moody, Marino, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Hassan, Kane, Kim, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Schiff, Warren, and Whitehouse. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Moran, aye.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Coons, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 45. The nomination is agreed to. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made, laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on Executive Calendar Number 2, SRES 412, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration and executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on SRES 412, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration and executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Okay, got you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Collins. Yep, got.
Young guy. McCormick. Thank you. Thank you.
Cotton, aye.
Thank you. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Corono, Hassan, Smith, Sanders, Kelly, thank you. Coons, I got you. Ms. Alsobrooks, thank you. I got you. I got you. Gallego, I got you. Thank you. Kennedy. I got you. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Schmidt. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Thank you. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ertz, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Thanks. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. We did not get Kins. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Thank you. I did. Thank you. You too. Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, and Wyden. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Thank you. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kane? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the resolution.
Executive Calendar Number 2, SRES 412, authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to talk about the reality of the shutdown that we are in and the efforts underway to find a path out, which I'm optimistic we can, particularly after discussions among so many colleagues of both parties today on the floor of the Senate. This is the third time during my nearly 13 years in the Senate that I have been involved in a shutdown. The first occurred in the fall of 2013. I had been in the Senate for less than a year. Senator Cruz sort of forced us into a shutdown mode over the Affordable Care Act. Interestingly enough, many years later, that Affordable Care Act is still central to this discussion. In late 2018 and 2019, President Trump forced us into a shutdown of part of government, the part of government dealing with the Department of Justice and other justice-related agencies over border wall funding. The first shutdown lasted for about 2 weeks. The second shutdown, again, of part of government, not all of government, lasted for about a month. And they're horrible. The consequences on those affected, whether they be federal workers or the citizens who need services, are horrible. And no one relishes that in this body. I'm completely confident that all 100 senators feel the same way, that this is not a good thing and there needs to be a path forward. In Virginia, we feel it pretty strongly. We have the second most federal employees of any state in the country, and we have an awful lot of federal contractors whose livelihoods are affected as well. And we've also seen in the first nearly 9 months of this calendar year other actions taken, whether it's the cancellation of research grants or the backtracking on economic development proposals, the withdrawal of $400 million from the Virginia Department of Health that was critical to our agency's ability to do contact tracing and help stop the spread of infectious disease. So we've seen since the beginning of January a whole series of actions that have already affected Virginians pretty significantly. We had an unemployment rate that was low by national standards, but went up every month, 6, 7 months in a row, largely because of these federal layoffs. So as we reach this moment, it's not a clean break or something new from what we've seen earlier in the year. It's sort of a continuation of something that's been a pretty painful chapter in Virginia. So what are we hoping for, or rather, maybe not to put words in anybody's mouth, what am I hoping for out of this? The House prepared a short-term continuing resolution under instructions from the president, do not deal with Democrats. And the House, with a simple Republican majority, was able to do that and passed a bill that then came to the Senate. Once we saw that instruction, do not deal with Democrats, Senate Democrats under the leadership of Senator Murray, the lead Democratic appropriator, said, well, let's prepare an alternative. Not a non-negotiable demand, but an alternative. And we put that alternative on the table on September 18th. We didn't wait till the 29th of September or the 30th. We felt like, to be fair to the public, to be fair to our colleagues, let's put an alternative on the table with enough time for us to kick the tires on it and have a negotiation before the deadline that we reached at midnight last night. What is the Democratic alternative compared to the Republican alternative? Actually, much of it is the same, but I would say the two elements in the Democratic alternative that are different are two. One, protecting people's health care, and second, protecting the simple notion that everybody understands that a deal is a deal. Let me explain both of these. On the health care side, the reconciliation bill that was passed in June, together with some other actions of the administration, particularly unilateral actions of Secretary Kennedy and the president in withdrawing health care funds from Virginia, and unilateral actions thrusting uncertainty into areas like vaccines, they've created a huge health care challenge for Virginians and for Americans. Again, not to speak for anybody other than Virginians, but I did a lot of travel around the state in April as some of these proposals were on the table. I did a lot of travel in July, a lot of travel in August, and I just did a good bit of travel last week around Virginia. And on the health care side, here is what my constituents are saying to me about what is now happening. The effect of the reconciliation bill in Virginia is estimated to cause about 330,000 Virginians to lose their health insurance. Our population is about 8.8 million. 330,000 people losing health insurance is not a small number. This is a big, big deal. And that number of people who lose their health insurance are essentially what I call the top layer of a 5-layer cake of consequences to these health care bills. That's consequence one, people lose insurance. Consequence two is people who have insurance see their premiums go up dramatically. Premium notices are coming out from insurance companies in Virginia, and they're suggesting that premiums this year in Virginia will go up by at least 20%. Why does that happen? There's two reasons. The reconciliation bill that was passed by the Republicans in June phased out premium support for low and middle income people buying health insurance on the exchanges. The Republican bill extended tax cuts for the wealthiest, but phased out premium support for low and middle income people in buying health insurance. So that causes premiums to go up. And the second thing that causes premiums to go up is when you increase the number of people with no insurance, they go to the emergency room and they're not able to pay. And so providers provide treatment, but then they have to charge that off to somebody, and it tends to get charged off to people who have health insurance. And so the combined effect of ACA premium support going away and a whole lot of free care that has to be paid for by somebody causes insurance rates to increase. This is happening in Virginia. It's happening around the country. So that's the second layer of the 5-layer cake of consequences of what happens when the reconciliation bill passes. The third layer is this, and this is a really, really troubling one. Providers close down. Hospitals and clinics close down. When Medicaid is affected, particularly hospitals for whom Medicaid is a huge portion of the revenue stream coming into the hospital, find that they can't make it work. A national organization that looks at hospital fiscal soundness has put about 300 hospitals in the United States on a list of hospitals that are in danger because of the Medicaid cuts, and 6 of those hospitals are in Virginia, and they're all in rural Virginia. Rural Virginia tends to be a little bit older than the rest of Virginia and tends to have a little bit higher Medicaid population than the rest of Virginia. So the hospitals that are endangered by the reconciliation bill are rural hospitals. And it's not just hospitals that are on a list of potential closure. Within the last month, a prominent health provider in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, a rural part of our state, announced that they were closing 3 primary care clinics in small Virginia communities because of the reconciliation bill. The cuts made to Medicaid in the reconciliation bill made them realize that they could no longer keep these clinics open. So the third consequence of this reconciliation bill, we've got people losing insurance, we've got premiums going up, and now we have providers closing. The fourth consequence is pretty obvious. When providers close, people get fired. So people lose their jobs. Frontline healthcare workers who are doing good work in the communities and having people rely on them, they lose their jobs. That's consequence 4. And then consequence 5 is one that I know well as a former mayor and governor, and I kind of call it the loss of your future. It's one thing to lose your health insurance, and it's one thing to pay more, and it's one thing to lose your provider, and it's one thing to lose your job. But if you are a mayor or a chairman of a county board of supervisors or a governor for that matter, and you're trying to encourage economic development, a new business to move into a part of the state, or a business that is in a part of the state to expand, a question you're going to get asked is, tell me about the healthcare network in this community. I may be moving executives here. I'm going to be trying to hire people here. And if you have to look them in the eye and say, we used to have a hospital, but we don't now. Or we had primary clinics that have closed down, and now you have to drive farther to get primary medical care. I can tell you, I have been in economic development discussions with businesses over the course of my 31 years in public life and seen the lights just go out in their eye. You know, you've just told me something that has convinced me I may not know where I'm going, but I know where I'm not going. And one of the quickest things you can do to turn that light off is to make a prospect worried about whether the employees and executives and their families will have access to good health care. And so on the health care piece of this, Mr. President, what Democrats are asking for by way of an alternative, not a non-negotiable, but by way of an alternative, is let's go into the changes that were made in the reconciliation bill and fix them. I have Republican colleagues who say we don't want to completely reverse them because there's some things about the ACA premium tax subsidy we don't like. We'd like to design them differently. We'd like to negotiate, and I'm completely open to that. But I do think we ought to try to fix them. And I am heartened that a number of Republican colleagues have said, you're right, we should do that. Now, Mr. President, I have said to my Republican colleagues, coming up with a fix, even if both sides want to fix, I know this is not going to be like a snap decision. There's details. You got to dot I's. You got to cross T's. You have to analyze what the downstream consequences of any changes or fix are. I know that that is a substantive discussion where the details matter, and I'm not expecting that we would all reach an agreement immediately. So on the first point, where the Democratic proposal is different than the Republican proposal, I fully expect that this would be a negotiation that would take some time, and we needn't wait to open the government until that negotiation is completely done. We should commit to the negotiation and get in the middle of it and sit around the table and figure it out, but we needn't wait. In my view, again, this is me, not the caucus, not anybody else. This is me. We needn't solve the entire problem in order to reach a position where we fund government and reopen it. We can do it over the course of a time period that I think is being discussed in this body. The second feature of the Democratic proposal that is important to reach an accord on, I believe, is a simple notion that a deal is a deal. A deal is a deal. If we reach a funding agreement, and some have characterized the Republican proposal as a clean CR, but I would actually say it's not a clean CR unless you are guaranteed that the parties will honor it. Whatever we do, if we do something for 30 days or if we do something for 45 days, I think it is only fair to ask that a deal be a deal, that Congress fully live up to it, but the White House fully live up to it as well. We've seen throughout this year already congressional deals undone by the president unilaterally. Tens of thousands of people fired. Economic development projects that had been announced and celebrated canceled. Funds to public health agencies taken back. Again and again and again, we've seen in Virginia unilateral actions taken by the president that, in our view, undo what Congress and the White House had agreed to in previous budget resolutions. And so it's not unreasonable for us to say, well, if we're going to do a short-term, CR to try to find the path to a full-year appropriations bill, we would just want an agreement during that 30 or 45 days, whatever it is, that a deal is a deal. That we not write it, agree to it, celebrate reopening government, and then have President Trump on day 2 start to fire a whole lot of people, or claw back more money from the Virginia Department of Health, or cancel more economic development projects in Virginia. Let's just say a deal is a deal. Congress will live by our piece of it, and the White House will live by its piece of it. Virginians get this. I was traveling around this weekend, and Virginians do not want government to be closed. They want it open. And they said to me, keep government open. And I said, we want to get that deal, just like you do. We want to get a deal. But if I said to Virginians, and on that deal, Congress should live up to it, right? Right. And on that deal, the president should live up to it, right? Right. People get that a deal is a deal. It's not a complicated theory of government or an argument about democracy. It's just basic fairness that when parties reach an agreement and shake hands, that both parties have to honor it. And so what I am looking for very significantly in these discussions is an agreement for the White House that whatever the short-term period is, they will not take punitive actions against my state, against the state of Indiana, against the city of New York, or against anyone or against any particular program that is part of a congressional appropriations bill that's already in process, that they will not selectively pick out programs to attack or individuals to fire during the course of that agreement. Now, I think we have to have that longer discussion about an ultimate year-long appropriations bill about a deal is a deal. But all I'm looking for here, and all Virginians are looking for here, is that we would reach that agreement during the pendency of some short-term CR as we try to negotiate a full-year agreement. We can do this. We can do this. We ought to do it. For a reason of fiscal conservatism, during the last shutdown in 2018, 2019, I was able to sort of strategically put a bill on the floor on a day much like today, a Thursday during a shutdown, and get colleagues to unanimously agree with the principle that in the event of any shutdown, federal employees would get back pay. It used to be in the old days, if there was a shutdown, you had to fight about back pay after, but now there's a back pay guarantee. When there is a shutdown, people are guaranteed back pay. And so that makes shutdowns really foolish. Like, you're going to shut down, you're going to lock people out of their office, you're going to tell them they can't do the work, and then you're going to write them a paycheck anyway. The fiscally conservative answer when there is a back pay guarantee is to end this quickly so people can go back in their office and serve their fellow Americans. The fact that we, I believe, have narrowed the point of division down to, can we find a path forward to negotiate healthcare fixes even if we don't agree on all the details right now? And can we reach an agreement that a deal is a deal, which is a reasonable request? I believe those are the two issues that are on the table, and they are issues that we are eminently capable of solving, and solving very soon. And I'm going to do everything I can with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make sure that we do. And with that, Mr. President, I thank you and I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe every senator knows and agrees that our constituents are concerned about the cost of health care. Just this morning, I heard some of my Republican colleagues also talking about health care affordability. The difference is, I think our Democratic side of the aisle wants to do something about it now. We want to fix one of the biggest health insurance spikes that we are going to see locked in 2026 in just a few weeks. We want to do everything we can to stop that. We know that when you kick Americans off of their health insurance, it hurts all Americans. Democrats know that a vague promise to fix it in the future doesn't help us solve the problems of health care delivery today. And we know that the problem is worse than we even imagined just a few weeks ago. Yesterday, the Kaiser Family Foundation released a new report on how expensive the premiums, which the ACA expiration, the Affordable Care Act expiration of those premiums may cost American families. The answer is, it's going to hurt a lot. The new report that found that out-of-pocket premiums for a single person would more than double on average next year if the enhanced premium tax credits expire. That is, we've had insurance commissioners and various offices across various states trying to make guesstimates about this, but increasing from $880 a year to $1,900 a year in 2026 just shows you how dramatic that situation could be for American families. These are families who will have to shoulder these unnecessary increases. They will be on top of all the other inflationary issues that they're dealing with now, issues like household goods, gas prices, electricity, housing, groceries, and now we want to throw at them healthcare costs. We're very clear on our side of the aisle. We want the maximum amount of people to get health insurance, drive down uncompensated care, drive down everybody's cost, and deliver good health care for our citizens. Since the passage of the Affordable Care Act, the uninsured rate was cut in half from almost 16%, roughly 15.7, I think, percent in 2010, down to an all-time low of 7%, 7.8% in 2023. So the result is not just healthy Americans having their costs decreased by taking uncompensated care out of the system. It's remarkable progress towards getting everyone covered and having net savings for everybody. We know that the current majority on the other side of the aisle, they're no fan of the Affordable Care Act. They're no fan even of universal coverage. If you can imagine, we're not even being prescriptive. We just say we want to see universal coverage. We want everybody to have health insurance. Not only do they not agree with that, they have tried to repeal or weaken the Affordable Care Act 50 times in the past decade. 50 times they've gone after the Affordable Care Act, and they have failed. One time, thanks to the courage of the late Senator John McCain and two of my other colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the last significant threat to our healthcare system was defeated in 2017. Maybe some people here still working on the floor remember that dramatic moment. But now, the passage of this Budget Reconciliation Act in July, Republicans are trying to reverse the progress of the Affordable Care Act. Congratulations, you're having an effect. You're taking that act and health care out of the system. You may be trying to do it in a sneak attack. You may be trying to do it in, a vague way, but we are on to the fact that you are trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, and you're trying to get rid of the ability for Americans to get affordable insurance coverage. So what now? What are we going to do to prevent rural hospitals from closing? Everyone knows that $50 billion in your slush fund that was part of the reconciliation bill is not enough to save rural hospitals. Even if he uses it, even if the president would use it just on so-called red states, it's not enough. And now you are going to say that 15 million Americans who no longer have the Affordable Care Act, marketplace plans, or the Medicaid coverage that was stripped out of the healthcare system, we're not going to have that. So you have no ideas on how you are going to help keep people insured or keep these hospitals operating. So instead of meaningful negotiations, my colleagues have decided they don't want to tell us what their ideas are to deal with the current crisis. It is not a next year problem. It is a today problem. So instead of using jurisdictional powers like the Finance Committee, they could have come up with a solution. They could have come up with a meeting today. Instead, they were having a hearing on cryptocurrency. If you thought this issue was so important, why didn't you have a hearing today on how to make health insurance more affordable for the American people? Even if you didn't want to address this particular idea, how is it that you want to have a meeting on cryptocurrency or give tax breaks to oil companies, but you don't want to deal with the health insurance problems of the American people? So instead of working with their counterparts or the House of Representatives, oh wait, the House of Representatives, they're not even here. They're not even here, and yet we're in this situation. So who are you neglecting? You're neglecting your constituents. You're neglecting 5 million Americans, including 80,000 Washingtonians, who are not going to be able to have affordable insurance by the end of this year. They will have to make a decision in November and December
But we already know from projections, 80,000 of them will make a decision because they just simply can't afford it. Back to those numbers that were on the chart earlier. When you look at households and incomes, you know, somebody might say, oh, well, somebody might be able to afford $840,000. Well, not if you're a family of four on $40,000. You're not going to afford that if you're on $75,000 of income, and now you're going to pay $368,000 more, or even $90,000 of income. I got news for people. Seattle is one of the most expensive places in the country to live, and coming up with now all of a sudden $3,000 more for health insurance that you didn't think you were going to have to pay, people are going to make the wrong decisions. God forbid that these people get sick or have a condition that is really life-threatening. And who's going to be responsible for taking this out of the system? Because people don't want to come up with a solution today. It is not that hard. We can extend these tax credits. We can have affordable health insurance in the market. We can talk as an organization of people who, by the way, Finance Committee is charged with looking at this issue and discussing it. That's why we fought so hard in the Affordable Care Act for something called the Basic Health Program, which covered people under the 200% of the federal poverty line and provided more important health insurance. But right now, we need to act. We need to say to families who are going to be threatened by this that we can work together and we have a plan. And our plan is going to be able to be implemented immediately. Immediately. What is more important than having millions of Americans lose their health insurance and then basically say, we don't really care about this when we already are teetering on so much inflation, so much affordability issues, so much of people struggling. And if people think we really, really recovered from a post-COVID era, we haven't. People are still struggling with the aftermath and the effects of that. And now we're basically saying we're going to add to your insurance. So, as I did a few days ago here on the Senate floor, I came and talked about how states are now putting these numbers out, a lot of states. When I found this out this summer, I did many events across the state of Washington trying to bring awareness to the public about this. And I found out that some states were really trying to hide the ball. Like they literally didn't want to tell people these costs were going up. Maybe they thought they were going to wait until after the enrollment period opened, where there was nothing you can do much past that. But these states are seeing astronomical costs for health insurance. The state of Texas, a 39% increase. Arizona, a 48.95% increase. So somehow these numbers were not available to the broader public, and we published a report last week making sure that the biggest insurers in that state, and we were projecting what the state's insurance commissioner or other groups and organizations were saying that this increase is. And now the Kaiser Foundation is putting an even brighter light on what those numbers are, saying that probably that most people will just see an actual doubling of their premiums. So how can it be okay to, and even if you thought, well, you know, okay, 5 million Americans, they're just going to be shortchanged, no problem. It's not that. It's when those people don't have health insurance, it affects the whole system. It takes that progress we made in uncompensated care, driving it down from 16 or so percent, 15 to 16%, down to 7%, and it means that you are not raising the costs on the entire system by seeing a bunch of people with uncompensated care. We did this to cover citizens because it was the smart thing to do. And my colleagues should just come to the table and say, we agree, we need to fix this now. We agree that an open enrollment period that starts as early as October 15th in one or two states and starts for everybody November 15th is on us now. And if we don't send the right signal, this is the catastrophe that's going to happen for people, and that we really do care about affordable health insurance. At a time when we already have increases in, as I said, a lot of household items, now is not the time to put health care on the list and crush families with this extra burden. Let's sit down and get this done. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I am coming to the floor today as we find ourselves in the middle of the Schumer shutdown. And this is a time where, indeed, instead of being in the Schumer shutdown and having these shenanigans taking place, we should be in the middle of working hard for the American people. If we were not in this shutdown and our attention focused on that, we could be working our way through the NDAA, our National Defense Authorization Act, and we could be passing our appropriation bills through regular order. But what we know, Mr. President, is this is something that the minority leader has been working on for weeks. It's what he wanted. He thinks that it is going to benefit the Democratic members of this chamber. And I just really think he is sorely mistaken on this, because the measure, the continuing resolution in front of us, is a clean CR, which means it is funding that is going to continue at levels where they were for a period of about 7 weeks while we finish exercising our due diligence and passing the appropriations bills. Now, this is something that this shutdown didn't have to happen, but as I said, it is something that appears to have been in the works and something that was really desired by those on the left. We have heard, of course, that the minority leader is not wanting to face opposition from the left there in New York. And because of that, of course, what we're seeing is our nation's business has come to a halt. Now, last night, and then again today, all but 3 of the members of the Democratic Conference voted against a stopgap funding measure, our clean CR that would have kept this government running through November 21st. And keeping the spending at current levels, this measure would have given us the time we need to be working on these appropriations bills. It would have kept us moving forward and keep us from wasting time. One of the things, Mr. President, I think is so important is shutdowns are expensive. And this is something that ends up costing us money every time we do it. And of course, we have quite a bit of national debt. Now, when we talk about completing our appropriations bills and setting our spending limits for the year and fulfilling that budget document, that portion, we have our budget document, then we move to our appropriations bills. Well, Senator Collins of Maine, who has led the Appropriations Committee, has done an outstanding job working with Republicans and Democrats on that committee, building out this appropriations process, making certain that bills moved out of the Appropriations Committee and that they are making their way to the floor. Now, one of the things that is so interesting, 8 of the 12 bills that came out of the Appropriations Committee came out with broad bipartisan support. So if you've got measures that are coming out on broad bipartisan support, why would you not move them to the floor? Why would you not want to finish out this appropriations process? And of course, it should have been finished by September 30th. It was not finished by then. So we are hopeful that by November 21st, this process can be complete and that we will be moving from a Biden budget to a Trump and Republican budget, which, by the way, is what the American people voted for when they gave a mandate to President Donald Trump on November 5th. Now, I mentioned the 12 bills. 8 of the 12 have come out with bipartisan support. 3 of those bills, our agriculture, our ledge branch, and our Milcon VA, have already passed off the floor, and they did so with wide bipartisan votes. This is something that, yes, indeed, we need to make certain that we continue to push these bills. Now, by passing these approach bills, we are ensuring that we get onto the budget the American people voted for. Well, this is not what our colleagues across the aisle are saying they wanted. They don't want the clean CR. They're not wanting to move forward on these bills. Instead, their measure for keeping the government open and running is holding government basically hostage, if you will, for $1.5 trillion in additional spending. $1.5 trillion. Our national debt is north of $37 trillion. It's climbing. And of course, adding another $1.5 trillion for a few weeks is really irresponsible. In this, they're basically trying to undo what we did, the steps and the progress that we made when we did the big, beautiful bill, which is truly a bill for hard-working Americans. So I would encourage my colleagues across the aisle, it is time to come to the table. It is time to pass the stopgap measure, the clean CR. And I would remind my friends that since last year, they have voted for these funding levels 5 times. So let's come together, let's get this passed, let's get back on track to pass these appropriations bills. Let's keep the federal government open and working. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Republican Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
And Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 noon on Thursday, October the 2nd, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed. And the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of SRS 412 post-closure. Finally, that all time during adjournment and leader remarks count post-closure on the resolution.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until noon tomorrow. Thanks.